NQ. Jesus Christ, that video ripped. Nothing on a Microsoft. Meta's down. Interesting. The video gets a bit more bullish above 111, but 109 shouldn't be that important. $53.60 looking likely. That's a good question. 1 second. Might go higher than that even. I don't know. This range is kind of choppy. There's going to be resistance at 55, and then above 55, we could test 75. Bunch of the short calls that came in an open closed here, swinging us back the other way after squeezing out a shitload of the short puts. Go EV swirling down the crapper. No, but I do kind of want to sell some puts here. That's fun price. St. Pete for work, and there's a little white baby next to me that won't stop making noise. How do I make it stop? I can't speak sternly to it because I have boat shoes on, and so she won't respect. It's true. I mean, first off, stop wearing boat shoes everywhere. Second of all, don't yell at white babies in the South. What the fuck are you thinking? Just move away from the baby. How's the college kid's first day of school going after you dropped her off? Has she made any friends? Fuck you, dirty little toe beans. What's going on with our boy Fubo? Last I looked, literally nothing. They beat on earnings, which was nice, but it doesn't look like anything's going to happen until some decision is made in the antitrust suit, which I don't think one has. No decisions as of yet. Wait, hold on. Rims, is it your baby? I don't want him moving back to New York. Then I have to watch my back. Busted. What's up with that? She's got to be bad to drive hours to drop her off. I mean, yeah, but still not worth it. I simply overcommitted myself to doing something when I didn't fully know the destination, and then I was tricked. I hope you got a speedy. I got told about speedies. Sounds gross. Are you two in a long distance relationship now? No. What's a speedy? It's something that Hicks eat in the middle of nowhere. I think it's, someone could correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's like grilled meat that's been marinated in Italian dressing and put on bread. Meat and bread. Yep. CSP's at $1 on GoEV. Same like get rich quick scheme. Get rich real slow. Let's never talk about that meat and bread thing again. They have another famous dish that I was also informed about. It's called city chicken. Now, first off, it's not chicken. Yeah. It's like pork or veal that's also jammed onto a stick, except this time it's deep fried, so the bread is attached to it, and then baked until it's edible. Did you go to Binghamton this weekend? Yeah. Yeah, I did. What a shithole. Speedies are the pride and joy of the greater Binghamton area of New York. They're such an important part of life there that the biggest party of the year celebrates them. The Speedy Festival. What are you from Binghamton or something, NW? Oh snap, that's where the good Sunni is. That's a strong statement. We're way too old to be chasing after students. Well, that's not true. You're only as old as you feel. If the judge doesn't grant the Fubo injunction, do you think the stock will tank, or is a negative outcome priced in to some extent? I think there's some negative outcome priced in already, given that the stock was 250 before they announced the lawsuit. But yeah, it'll probably tank. How's the COF Pickles pick going? Oh, it like hit in the mid PT and then failed. And then it's been flat pretty much ever since. Poor VIX. They're really stepping on it. 55 is the last upside resistance for a little while. That's kind of an interesting sell-off. Secret penis. Also, I can't watch until later today. Don't crash the market. Okay, thanks. Okay. Fubo Poor Chat seems to be determined to find a reason not to hedge the injunction. Well, that should tell you everything you need to know. At least your time away this weekend gave JFresh and Dork some time to get work done without any non-technical advisor interference. Do we have momentum to break 60 here? Yeah, we can move up to, I don't fucking know, like 75 here. It's a pretty strong bounce. Is NQ losing momentum? No. SPX might be though. Let's see. This really shouldn't be resistance. Gamma's a little bit flat back down to like 53.30. So a rejection here would be ugly. But we do have some calls 65 and 70 to the upside. I think like a decent number of them too. calls and chill until CPI. Mm, might not. Might not have a lot of room. PPI might be bullish. I guess you could. I don't love it. PPI might be bearish. It could be. Are you going to be holding positions through CPI, PPI? Probably just like overnight straddles. Nvidia's in a pretty good spot here if it holds 110. A decent number of bot calls. There's some sold calls above like at like 75, 80. There's a few out of the money bot calls, 95, 400. In between, mostly sold calls. But we're getting a lot of sold puts at spot and bot put? Ooh, that might be a bot put. Fucking, because they're inverse? Mm. Maybe some bot puts at spot. Resistance here either way. An idiot trade? I don't know when I'm feeling it. How many DTE for your straddles this week? I usually only do like 3 or 5 inter-week. Usually closer to 3. Idiots don't feel. Yes, they do. That sucks. I'm not doing that. Uh-oh. Does AMD provide a better opportunity versus NVIDIA to someone who's building a new long position? No. AMD gets bullish above like 140. NVIDIA's NVIDIA. No. Well, I did get some me time driving home through the Catskills alone. No, V's aren't back. Not yet. In my next life, I'm going to be a rate setter for a central bank. That's how good my karma is. Did you at least try the Speedy or City Chicken? No. I wasn't going to eat any kind of cubed pork sandwich or stick. I got dragged into an Appalachian swamp. I was going to leave as quickly as possible. Same like Midwest. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Why do you guys know so much about Rochester or what is it? Binghamton. It's all the same thing. Southern Canada. Born and raised. Interesting. So where did you develop your taste for pho? What's under 21 drinking age? Isn't there a realistic bull case for Fubo, even if the JV launches? Sure. It's just shittier because there's more competition in the space. Competition with more money and backing and marketing. A lot of hot Latinas go to SUNY Bing. She was not a hot Latina. Hot, but definitely not Latina. It's the opposite of a Latina. Binghamton was the de facto best option for college and Long Island social ladders. Nassau County, Strong Island, born and raised. Oh, you should hang out with Rims and Toms. You know what's in Binghamton? Carousel capital of the world? What? Pho taste came from a disconnected dishwasher hose at the annual Speedy Fest. The opposite of Latino is German. Okay, yeah, that. up there every summer at the grandparents in Endicott. That's why I love Speedy. There's like way too many of you Binghamton people in the chat, given the subset of the population that you represent. Sold the 65C at the bottom of the drop we got. We almost got caught there. There almost was no bounce. Thanks to NVIDIA for saving the market. There's land above Manhattan. Yeah, although I think it should be a different place. Like, give it a different name or something. Could your pho bias be due to your aversion to coriander? No, I don't dislike coriander or cilantro. I dislike pho. I didn't stay anywhere. I left immediately. I want to start some chaos. Buffalo greater than Binghamton. SUNY Buffalo greater than SUNY Bing. You guys are just making shit up now. How expensive is land acre in the US on average? Oh, I feel like the average is weighted down by a lot of places where you don't want acreage. Come on, Bulls. You can do it. Isn't a video gonna slip 110? It could. 110, 111's fairly supportive. Hmm. IWM is getting murdered a little bit. So is Dow. It's going to be hard to pump with no breath. This is another test of the trend that we rejected off of this morning. I should probably set a stop on my call. Get the 70 test. Nice. Netflix calls already printing. Yeah, Netflix is doing okay. There's long calls at 70 still. Some coming in at 75. Uh, we're gonna run into resistance at 75, but we could test it. Consolidation looks like it's going to break up. Failed. Gap fill. NQ looks a little weak. No breakout at 50 yet. Sorry, a silly question, but I'm bullish on AMD. Why? Is the smarter move calls or selling puts right now? Selling puts would probably be safer. I wouldn't do either one before CPI. Unless AMD broke above 140, which it has not. Tesla failed 198 test, and NVIDIA looks to be slipping 110. I don't think Tesla matters. NVIDIA does, but I don't think Tesla matters. Yeah, failing 110 is not good because it could pull back to 105. My biggest problem with QQQ is all the options chains are still really weak. Even NVIDIA has very little support under 110. I think Wall Street bets Intel memes have people looking at AMD. Who the fuck gets stock information from Wall Street bets? I'm bullish on Riley after going down 50%. You don't think there's maybe like a reason for it doing that? Like 36 people. Like all of us before we found you. Did you ever make any money on it? I used to just short the game porn. Riley's been under investigation for a long time. It's because they committed fraud, probably. Still wise to wait for Netflix to break 637.50. Yeah, it starts to get some positive gamma around there. If you really wanted to be cautious, you'd probably wait till it broke 640, but did a load of people get banned on Friday? I don't think so. Gerslayer, oh, thank God he said probably. Why? I don't have to say probably. I'm not a judge. Rejected 65. Possible. Resistance. Well, there's still calls at 70, but yeah, I mean, we could fail again here. This range has resistance, like 65, 70, 75. I would like to think it would push a little bit higher before failing, but it might not. A lot of people apparently blew up their ports last week. If you're wondering why it's so quiet, interesting. It seemed like everybody was there. Not I. I'm still here. Okay. If Farmville's still here, I'm still here. Only half. Hedge paid out, kept me alive. Everybody just short the bottom. The pickle jar idiot port did pretty good. It did, didn't it? What's up, Dead Rabbit? I gave up on the rug pull and missed out. Gherk, hopping in on break. Sorry if you've been asked already, but are you averaging down on TWLO? Still looking solid, holding the 60-61 range. I don't think I need to average down. Do I? No. If it breaks 61, I'll add to it. But I'm definitely not going to average it down on a rejection. My tiny transition from paper to live trading port is up 62% last week. Nice. Sorta. Farmville has calls and PDT now. Why are you talking about yourself in the third person? What's the idiot port? I'm not telling you. Oh, hey, look. There we go. Now we get the 70 test. I only saw like 2 people that blew up on Friday, which means there was like 6 people that blew up and 4 people didn't talk about it. You blew up, Cobra? $15 puts on GME is the idiot port. Why are you so bad at this, Bipolar Bear? It's been like 3 years, and you still do the same weird shit. You're like, I'm gonna sell $15 leaps on GME. To what end? Do you think stocks can't be worth less than their cash on hand? Who told you that? I'm an idiot. What about my port? Blew up, no. Missed 70x gains by paper handing, yes. I lost most of my gains for the week with the vol crash. Ouch. Gamma scalping the midday rep on Friday was amazing. You'll have to tell me about it. Chat GPT. Chat GPT told me that. Told you what? He has a humiliation kink. I didn't blow up Friday. 7-minute to expiry 5 wide butterfly at 53.45 printed hard. I opened those. Well, they were 10 wide, but still like 20 minutes to expiry, I guess. They did print hard as fuck. I'll never complain when I lose money. It's my problem, not yours. I think there's a balance there. I think there's you have different pickle jar people, right? You have the people that like lose their shit when they lose money. These people usually just get banned. I have a really low tolerance for people who can't keep their cool together. Then you have people who complain all the time. But their ports are so small. It's questionable if they've actually lost any money. I can tolerate this. You have people who never say anything. But they miss out on advice. Then you have Cobra, who shorts the bottom in size and then spends. Well, Cobra / popcorn trader. Throw me in there too. All right. Where does AJ fit in the spectrum? Oh, AJ's sells so much vol, he can't ever blow up. But also makes no money. I used to never say anything. I just started being more active the past few weeks. Ironically, I blew up my port on Friday. I mean, I think it's good to talk, right? Because, other people have shared experiences, right? And they may have or be able to offer advice that works for you. In size means large positions, like full port. You and I have different values for NQ. I think this is just MNQ. This is the subcontract. Offer shit advice sometimes. Yeah. It's like a pen. I think people should talk about mistakes and where things went wrong. I think it's good stuff. Not me, I'm perfect. But, you guys. Being patient with Netflix entry. Wise to be out of it by CPI, presumably, right? That would be nice, but maybe not possible. I would probably just avoid over leveraging it. That's why I don't talk in chat. I don't make mistakes, so nothing to contribute. Exactly. I sold bear calls into the greatest bull run of all time. Ask me anything. Lose 30K on 0 DTEs. Intentional. Yep. That money needed to go somewhere, and you were just feeling charitable towards the market maker. Best thing is right sizing, sizing up and entering slowly. Not being afraid to bail on a bad position. I don't really like the term right sizing. I prefer defining your capital allocations. Right sizing gets too vague, and people really need to know what part of their port they can gamble with and where the stops need to be. And those are percentage based numbers. Last week I lost 90% of my gains from the previous week. I set 2 tight stops on call sides of my strangles and overheld my puts a couple times. That'll do it. Yeah, I mean, any period of volatility crash is usually a pretty shitty time to trade. I held EPAM into the ground. I know you did. I don't even know why I bother with you. And at 160. You could have been out with a $60 gain per share. What were you thinking? That's a whole other stock. You got 3 GME shares for free in like a month. Like I entered the Nvidia put side around the 110 resistance, 1 contract per 30 minutes. I'm up 10%. Alright. Why 1 contract every 30 minutes? It seems so arbitrary. Why not at targets? Have you been learning to trade from YouTube? Oh, those are sold calls. Yeah. There's bot calls at 75, but there's also a fair number of bot puts. The calls at um like 70, 75, 80, 85, those are all sold. So it's like those were sold this morning. So there's a bit of a sold call wall to the upside. We could push through it, and it's really early in the day, so they may not hold up. And people are going long calls at 5,300, which they fucking love to do. But that's gonna make that 50 or 54 rather, 50, like 50, 53.90, 54 this Friday. 5,400 for this Friday. A lot of calls. If we reject off 70x, SPX Nvidia should go back down to at least 109. That's a 50% increase. Nvidia might go down to 109 regardless of SPX. Won't those get squeezed? Sure. They could. Or they could just double down on them right now because there's no upside momentum. Is this sustainable? We've been moving up on low volume. Isn't this bearish? It can be, yeah. It's just consolidation. And I would say it's a little bearish, but not very. A rejection here has at least got some support at 60. I trade based on what my magic 8 ball tells me. Right sizing and entering slowly advice is probably from Dork. No. Dork full ports into every option he buys and then closes it too soon. He shows the ES or SPX chart with the long-term trends. Which long-term trend? Like, how far back do you want to go? Well, like this. You mentioned staying below the long-term trend is bearish. For ES? Or out here on SPX? That's the long-term trend on SPX. Here, that like orange line. ES is a little different. That's the yellow one. Are you talking about in the technicals? Like the monthly? If we end the month back below this trend here, that would be pretty rough. We ruled ABBV to next week. No. If not, when do you decide to roll it? Probably after CPI, PPI. I'm not particularly worried about it going up more. It had a nice little drop this morning. I got out of some of the like 187, 190 sold calls. I still have 85, 87, 50 ones though. What are my biggest blind spots in trading? I have no idea. I'm ready for 5100 by Friday. It doesn't mean we'll get there, but I'm ready. Excellent. Hmm. This is pretty persistent. Hmm. Interesting. $53.90 bought or sold? Um, I think bought. The 90s bought, but everything between here and 90 sold. Like the 80, 85. I think those are sold pretty heavily. 75. If you're a large institutional short on Fubo, you sense injunction should be granted. Do you try and short it hard to shake off paper hands prior to the decision and maybe buy cheap calls also? That would be pretty smart. Free up some liquidity. So Netflix broke above confirmation, but I know holding it is also important. How long of a time frame do you tend to look for? I don't think the Netflix play is very long. I already got stopped out of a bunch of it. I might re-enter if it bounces. It's falling back to like support here at 35. Another question is, why is there still an attempt to sell vol here? Surely they realize the risks at hand at this point. Because vol's above its long-term average, so you sell it. Right? Like, I mean, VIX never really, like, vol never went to like 60, right? It was just like an artifact. I'd buy a call after the drop, but before the V to sort of hedge my 11.15 SPY 480p. But I was in the middle of my coffee and cookie. I'm too scared to buy a call up here. Mm. This is what stops are for, right? I think you guys get spooked out of a lot of call positions by fear that we've found resistance. Right, but this is also not like this isn't like a bad time to enter calls, right? Like you can set a stop and enter a call, right? And then if it breaks up, you make money. If it fails, you get stopped out. That's pretty simple. So what are the things that keep people from making intelligent trades like that, right? And that's easy. Fear and greed. Greed, no stop, because no settled cash. So this leads to, overcommitting. instead of just, oh, I'm out of settled cash for the day. Guess I'm done trading. And fear is, leads to missed opportunities. Which is then usually followed up by greed, where a worse entry is taken. Landed in Tampa. I survived the white baby. Hmm. In Quincy Ocho? How does one get out of the psychology of pervasive fear? I mean, a lot of trading requires confidence, some of it completely unjustified. SX is scary because the price moves so fast. It hurts to see 1K just evaporate. You shouldn't ever be in, really should never be in a position where $1,000 evaporates. That's pretty rare. I understand the mean reversion on VIX, but fund managers aren't traders. And they should be exiting at these valuations now. I'm just a trader. I've never worked on Wall Street, so legit question. I mean, so yes, there's long-term risk in selling the tails, and there's, more realized risk in the environment than there was 2 weeks ago, right? Because the carry trade has now been brought to light, and there are people have realized that there are bearish consequences on both sides of the bull thesis, right? It's a pretty narrow needle to thread. However, mean reversion and volatility is guaranteed money provided that you have the margin to support it, right? So say you can make an 80% yield shorting vol from 20 to 16, right? Even if you have to stay in that trade for 2 years or 3 years, eventually you're going to make that 80% yield. And an 80% yield over 2 or 3 years is still a pretty sizable return. Hey, that's me. Get out of my head. What are your thoughts on JP Morgan saying the yen carry trade is only half complete? Oh, really? I thought they said it was 3/4 deleveraged. It's not. It's still levered up quite a lot. What JPM is specifically referring to is the short term part of the carry on like the 3 and 6 month bonds. But the amount of money being levered at those prices is significantly less. So that's not really where the risk is. It's deferral, right? Like it's they're just using a psychological tactic to reduce fear in the market by saying, "Oh, it's okay. Everyone's all out. Don't need to worry about that anymore." Smoke and mirrors. That's all financial news is anyway. How do you do all this and trade? I'll never know. You just buy and sell shit while I talk and bloat my ego. Unjustified confidence is exactly how I would describe trading. Confidence and competence, of which I have none. Would an idiot trade for the day? We might be getting close to it. How to get out of the fear? Literally paper trade until you have a strategy that's profitable, then implement the strategy without feeling. Yep. Fair explanation. Thank you. No problem, man. how would one go about getting that 80% yields? You short vol. Here. I mean, like here, right now, for instance, you can sell this is obviously from the institutional side, but you could sell the 5,000p, right, for $9,500 credit. Oh, that's a little off. Over here. Except, you know, as an institution, you don't have this margin risk, right? You don't have that. Well, you don't have that collateral requirement. Your collateral requirement is significantly lower. And so you could sell a lot of these. You could sell, you know, 1,000. Right? And you don't need to hedge it unless, you know, we lose like 53.65 is spot. So you really don't need to hedge it unless SPX loses like 54.50 or 50.50. So you just sit on that as it decays over time and make money. I think you really hit on something with the notion that we're all afraid to buy calls or resistance. It's not uncommon. You have to get over the idea that like, oh, I'm not going to be able to make another trade today. I think that's a big problem for people with, especially with cash accounts. Nice toe beans. I think they get VIX sub 16. They might. I don't know if they'll get VIX 3-month down that low. It may be quite some time before we ever see vol get like that again. Short vol just got burned pretty hard this last week, so they may be a bit more cautious. Honestly, that one trade needs to be both very important and very also easily let go. Yeah. Good morning, Dork. If you're done, you're done, and be okay with that. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people get caught up in that. Like, oh, I need to be able to have more trades, or and that kind of mentality is also going to keep you from sizing up your positions when you need to, right? From adding to positions. Woo! Big red candle. Feeling good about cutting my Netflix. Are we looking at anything similar rate increase or decisions coming up in other markets that could buckle the US markets like Japan did? I think Euro's pretty important this week. Euro's up against like a lot against the dollar. So is the pound. We have European and Great British GDP. Both of those will affect the dollar. Is this going all the way down? Hold on. Ooh, gross. Damn, they press this puts up fast. Slippery slope. Was this a Polish missile thing? No, I think we just fell into the puts. Should be a little support around 35, maybe? 30? Tech tank's super hard, yeah. NQ's kind of a big bag of shit. The pickle jar is never buying calls again. It's ridiculous. Nice, Evans. All I see is Iran expected to attack Israel within 24 hours. Alright. But that's been the case for a week. Yeah. Dan Ives over here with sweaty palms thinking about whether or not he really wants to buy another million shares of Tesla and Nvidia. Nobody's giving that guy money to buy a million shares of either of those stocks. Missed a fill on 5350 put by a few cents and a few seconds. Lost a lot of profit on a spread stop. Might need to just limit sell at certain profit targets in the future. Interesting. Ooh, idiot trade. Still a lot of short puts here. So maybe we could move higher. Well, we could bounce off of them, but we could also just keep squeezing them out to the downside. There's a little bit of support here. Just not a ton. I don't know who needs to hear this, but strong opinions held loosely is an important mentality. Yeah. Well said. Is this an okay place to buy calls? CPI, PPI are scary. They should be, yeah. MMQ looks ready to go down more. Yeah, very well could. Not the strongest bounce on the reversal there. Nvidia's still holding on a bit. Did a child just scream? I have no idea. Maybe? Viewers are discussing the most recent market crash. So ups from here. No, you're not shadow banned. 30 months I buy the bottom in size. I buy calls right before godlike red candles. I'm learning though, right? Papa, you're the best. Win beta. You just need to set stops on your shitty positions that you enter. I don't know, it's probably the kids down the hall or something. It's summer. They've been everywhere. What do you think the next we get next get something? What do you think we next get something exciting out of the carry trade? The Fed decision, right? You gonna watch Elmo interview Trump tonight? I can't believe that's a real thing. Is that a real Who's Elmo? Like from Sesame Street? What is it, McChuggets? Oh, Elon from Discord? That's what I was thinking. Is Trump doing a Sesame Street interview? What is this, 1990? I like the volatility of these downside moves. But I still want futures to lose 53.34 before things get bearish. Otherwise, these probably just keep reversing, right? Ooh, wait, can I buy? Hold on. No, I can't. It's too risky. Son of a bitch. My port was big red from overheld puts, but now big green. Why? What mean? Should I always overhold? Uh, if they lower the carry explodes, yep. They can't raise rates. If they raise rates, the top end of the curve will blow up. Here's all the potential outcomes of the FOMC meeting. They do nothing. CPI or PPI are slightly up on the next report, and Powell's like, data's still not where we want it. We'll keep watching that. The carry trade does apply to the Fed lowering. The Fed can't lower rates either. They can't do anything. They're trapped. They trapped themselves. On and on forever. Yeah. Yeah. Stagflation until the banks roll off their balance sheets. If they do nothing, then new all-time highs as people lever back into the carry. Only if the dollar's supported, so we need more inflation. But yes, people would lever back into the carry. I don't know if we get new all-time highs out of it, but they'll lever back into it. Japan's already promised they're not going to do anything, right? We need Mr. Biden to dump more SPR. They're supposedly refilling it right now. But ultimately, inflation bad. I mean, some inflation is good. No inflation is really bad. Like we've been so focused on inflation over the last few years, right? That everyone forgets that the only thing worse than high inflation, bad. Deflation, catastrophic. It's ironic because the Fed's original mandate was 0% inflation. Yeah, and it used to be good enough for companies to make the same amount of money every year, Dork. But we don't live in that world. Yeah, that's utterly ridiculous. Yeah, I don't even really know when it changed. You know what actually came after Volcker, right? When it was no longer good enough for a company's profits to go like this. Company profits just had to go like this forever. But in the quest for this, what you really get is something that looks like this. That's the same top. Yes, it is. With all the smart mathematics people in the world, no one mentioned that exponential growth is not possible. It doesn't need to be, right? They just want exponential share price. Share price can do this. Even if the actual growth looks like this. This isn't a video, right? This is so far a bear flag, yeah. It's QQQ. It's everything. I mean, look at Apple. Apple's making less money than they did in 2021, right? But the stock price keeps going up. It's just flat for 4 fucking years. Just flat revenues. EPS isn't even as good as it was in 2020. Cash flow ratios are down, right? But stock price up. 1 second. But there's nothing wrong, there's nothing inherently wrong with that, right? Like that's fine. That's fine for a company to peak and stagnate, right? They've found the totality of their market share, right? They've hit peak efficiency and profits. They've done it. They've won the game of capitalism. It's it's perfect. It's actually perfection, and we view it as a negative. Yeah, we need to ban share buybacks. I read somewhere that 100% of share appreciation has been from buybacks since the GFC. Does that sound right to you? Yeah, that's reasonable. We just need to tax share buybacks. It's effectively the same thing. You could ban them, you could tax them. It doesn't matter what you do, right? Like you could ban high frequency trading, or you could just attach a 1 penny tax to every trade, right? Both of them, same result. They need to have no advantage over dividends. That I agree with. Some buybacks is healthy considering restricted stock awards are so common, but you can just replace those. You don't, right? You don't need to do that. High frequency penny tax in excess of greater than 20 trades a day or something. They can produce revenue. I mean, they don't want that because liquidity in the markets would dry up. That's why they haven't implemented it. ML distributions with no tax until you reach a zero cost basis. Turn every company into an MLP. Could be interesting. Can you help me understand this headline? Goldman Flow Quant Scott Rubner. I'm so bearish on global macro environment that I'm tactically bullish on equities. August 30th. That guy's a nut job. He says outlandish, crazy shit all the time. One sec. I've never seen anyone use the GoEV chargers. Do they do anything else? They don't even make chargers. What was the print on the 3 and 6 month auctions? Probably inconsequential, would be my bet. Looks like high rate on the 3 month was 5.07. Bid to cover 2.95, 71.46% at the high. The high rate on the 6 month, 4.795. Bid to cover 2.73. 76 billion, 36% awarded at the high. A Fed bid 6.4 and 7 billion respectively. New York Fed 1 year inflation expectations were at 2.97 versus the prior 3.02. Yeah. So not much of a change there. Dollar's flat on the day. Mostly just the dollar slipped. What was the sell-off about? On SPX? I think it mostly came after the New York Fed report. Consumer inflation expectations stayed locked at 3%. Although I don't think that's necessarily bearish, but drives vol. No change in Fed fund futures or anything like that. Little reversal in the persistent vol short. Okay, data related. Also just at resistance. And short calls had overloaded the short puts at spot. I'm not really sure how much of that was the data. I think we actually started dropping before the data came out. Or, well, no, way after the data came out. Started the drop at 11:23, which would have been 23 minutes afterwards. Might have gotten some weakness around the data that helped squeeze off some of the short puts. But we still have quite a lot of sold calls to the upside of 53.70. Would be a volatile die. Mm. Embrace the volatility. Hey, Jen Jen. Are we back to bear flags breaking up territory? Um, Not necessarily. But there are a lot of sold puts that were in the money there. We're kind of running out of those around here, but we've got a little bit of a call ramp that we can climb to the upside. maybe out to like 72, 75 again, and then we run into that call wall again. Some of the out of the money bot calls fell off on the drop. That's the kind of market where anything less than 100 bips looks like chop to me. It's reasonable. What's up, Nuke? Nope. Hmm. Hmm. 1 second. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to do something here. Still have some room to the upside. 5 to 10 more bucks. Crazy for wanting some intel at these prices. Maybe. Momentum to push through sold calls or no? It's possible. Some of the sold calls fell off on the drop. I hope my calls see the drop and break even again. This is ridiculous. What? I don't want to know. Video on a knife's edge. Every time I hear that, I fear for my options. It doesn't matter if I'm long, short, or both. I'm not, I'm not humming about that. I'm working on other stuff simultaneously. Ooh, uptick in volatility. This is gonna sell off. Ooh, spicy. Some bot puts here at 55.50, and some of the bot calls just took profit. The Is that the fucking 65? Let's see if things reposition. We got some pretty wide swings today with the way positioning's currently set up. Is the market crashing? No, I don't think so. Getting a shitload of sold puts at 35. 35 and 85. 285 and 53.35. So I don't think bulls have quite given up here, but they're not in the best spot. Starting to sell puts at. Selling a lot of puts into the fucking falling price. I just said if I'm going to strangle NVIDIA through CPI PPI to capture any big resulted moves, or wait till Wednesday intraday and try to capture some IV pump. Interesting. I don't know if NVIDIA is worth strangling. Notionally, it's a bit small for that to be very profitable. Gold just got 2,500 again. Oh, I know. Yeah, I sold calls on MMM this morning. Mm-hmm. Still have ABBV sold calls. Yeah, I closed some earlier today. Some of the 187.50, 190 spreads, but I still have 185, 187.50 spreads for this Friday. Could VIX break again this week? Probably not to the same degree we saw before, but VIX could definitely go back up again. Bull's going full bull. They're trying to lever this up, yeah. Right now, to the upside of spot, we have calls at 60, 65, long calls. But we have long puts at 55.50. So we're right in the middle of them. Someone's gonna probably win here. Bears have a slight advantage due to the dealer positioning. But bulls are selling an insane amount of puts. Look at the head and shoulders. This really isn't a head and shoulders. You're the one that is called Guacatronk? Sure. GNDN for SPX today. Weekly DN is at 54.91. GN is at 55.21. Monthly delta neutral is at 52.36. Dollars up a bunch against the yen. Gold's at 2,500. I should take some profits on gold today. A little bit at least. UK's up 1%. Hmm. This is gonna pump, isn't it? It could. Bulls are trying to catch a knife here, but it could. If they catch it. I don't know how high we go, though. Maybe like 70 again? 70, 75. It's going to be hard for us to get higher than that. Really hard. There's like a really small chance that we could hit 85. Is that 75 or 85? 85. But I think it's a pretty small chance. What's on BP? I haven't looked at it in a long time. Bounced back off of my old PT. Top of my old PT. I don't have this anymore. If it got back into like the $29 range, I might buy some. I would definitely buy some around 25. I know you're playing Koi here, but when's the last time we didn't see a pump before a PPI? I'm not playing Koi. I just think there's a lot of resistance to the upside. There's sold calls at big piles of sold calls at every strike from like 53.75 out to like 54.10. There's puts at 55 and 50, which we are falling into slowly. So this is a tricky spot. Even if we pump, we probably just fail at the test of 70 or 75. We'd have to get a lot of fucking momentum or squeeze off some short calls to push higher than that. And if we squeeze off short calls, maybe we get a test at like 53.85, 53.90. But falling into the puts here is not a great look. Vol's going up, right? Kind of shit. Did you enter a Netflix position yet? This morning, and then I closed it. I might re-enter again if it gets back above like 35. Call interest picked up at like the 35 and 37.50 strike a bit. Netflix is so petulant. You must have to play it based on spiritual energy. Yeah, it's very volatile. A lot of selling on the 85 put. Supported the 30. Selling the 85 put. That's insane, right? Is it though? What's for lunch, Big Zag? City chicken? No. I'll see my friend likes listening to his own Suno playlist over Spotify again and again. What does that say about me? I mean him. Um Something narcissism. I'm not sure what kind. Hmm. If you think that's bad, Bulls are selling the 53.95 and the 54.10 as well. It's same like call, but with credit, right? Well, the bear flag reversed. We got a reversal, but it failed at a lower high. Now we're getting bullish consolidation off of that. Choppy day, nothing bad about that. No, not necessarily. Some of the out of the money sold calls are trimming a little bit, which opens up more upside range. Puts are still being very heavily sold to the downside. There are, however, still long puts at 55 and 50, which are pulling price into this range. Kind of hard to break away from those right now. It's a good strategy to sell way out of the money SPX puts, like 5,200, and just pocket the premiums. That's what everyone's been doing so far. We chop all day. Does that change your quant plot at all? You guesstimated it would go up all week until Friday. Now? Well, we're up a little bit today. Impact of a 6% reduction in home price. Realtors are barely employed already anyway. I don't know if being a realtor is a real job. That's a stretch. Are you waiting for 80s test before selling bear calls to the idiot trade? Maybe. Bulls are really trying to turn this piece of shit around. Now, if we lose 50, that's very bad. What's the support there? The vol's going up, but not a lot. A weird vagina formation here. Like a penis tip? That's a penis tip. It's either an upside down vagina or a penis tip. I'm not sure. Would you rather have 100 million but have to live in South Atlanta, or never make more than 1 million a year and get to live wherever? I don't know anything about South Atlanta. Is it bad? What's wrong with South Atlanta? Can I use some of my $100 million to improve it? Are you still in COF? No. Got cut at the mid PT. Might re-enter it this week though. Not specifically. Food in Georgia's okay. It's not the worst. Is IBV gonna go down this week, or do I have to roll out? I don't know what you have, but you might have to roll out. I don't think it's gonna go up a lot more. Are you still in Tulio? Yeah. My break even is at 187.60. You just missed it today. Um, that's rough. Can Upstart see sub 30 this week? Yeah, IV on it's been crushing pretty hard. It looks kind of bearish. They're selling the fuck out of the calls. I would say 30 is possible. There's a bit of support at 32. Still having a tough time pushing up. Gamma's getting a bit more positive to the upside, but it's a slow move. I think bulls probably win because they're just over leveraging the fuck out of sold puts, but I'll have to see. They probably need to sell more closer to spot to really push price up. Does this still look like bullish consolidation? It seems choppier than that. No, unfortunately, it's still bullish consolidation. Mind discussing the meatball curve on the stream? I know you mentioned market buying more than options chain, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around what it would imply on price movement. Well, once you get above the peak, eventually you're going to get out of that grindy price range and fall back into a more like flatter, well, a flatter gamma environment where price action will move quickly again. So it loosens back up. Did you roll out GoEV CSPs? I don't need to. But if I do, I will. What month are your GoEV CSPs? September and Jan. Still have your set bear position? Is it just puts, or did you sell off on any of these wild drops? I sold pretty much all of it. I still have a little bit of bearish positioning, but not much. Like I still have long gold. I have some long oil. I have a bit of long yen left. I'm out of short Nikkei. I still have like defensive stuff and treasuries. Although I've taken some profits on like the 10, 20-year bonds I had. The longer this takes, the better chance the Bears have of winning. Yes. But right now, Bulls are fine. Oof. Oh, Bulls stopped winning. Maybe he dated? No, wasn't dated. Still infinite short puts at 53.30. That was an impressive candle. Dollar moved up. Ooh, dumping the carry. 40 yield on vol spikes. Big reversal on correlation. Looks like, I mean, mostly it looks like they're still having a lot of trouble levering up tech. And we keep getting big failures. KVGO. Not NVIDIA so much. Apple. Apple keeps dumping pretty hard. Microsoft too. That's where the weakness is their inability to push the dispersion trade. If we push down into the sold puts at 53.30, this is going to get ugly. So I assume they're going to try to leverage this up somewhere around here and push the price back up. Double bottom at 30. That's not unreasonable. Should I cut this fucking thing? Yeah. Hmm. More short calls. Yeah, I don't like that. I fell right through the trend. Sharp, yeah. Dispersion just snapped. They'll try to turn it around here probably before they let the sharp puts get squeezed out, but that was fucking crazy. Two gaps. Mm-hmm. Yeah. They were pushing it and then boop. Got fucked. The pump this morning probably served as a way to exit leverage positions. Yeah, to an extent. I didn't really see anything get exited. Some of the out of the money shit, but most of that was closed in the overnight session. That's why we dropped in the AM. Or like right after open. The sell off after open was like a lot of the supportive positioning took profit on the call side from Friday. But intraday not a lot has changed. Will this give me my ABBV exit? Ooh, maybe. Hmm. I'm starting to think that the Bulls aren't going to get the pre-SLD mean reversion that they need. AQN's nearly $5. Cool. Ooh, maybe I'll buy some. I mean, most leverage and core positioning is in S&P or QQQ. You're not going to find a lot of funds that are massively levered up on on small and mid caps. Protecting the sold puts at 35. Bouncy, bouncy. 30, 35. Now, if the bot puts at 50 and 55 close on a bounce, we can break the upper trend. I think we can lose 30. If we did, it would be catastrophic. I mean, we would probably move back to like 5,300 or 5,295. There's a shitload of sold puts at 30. I mean, like a lot. A lot of puts. So I think AQN's divvy cut is a great thing for their long-term turnaround plans. Seems like a great buy opportunity. Guessing you feel similarly. Yep. They didn't do anything outside of the expected initial thesis, so I'm pretty happy with it. I picked up shares at 5. Maybe buy some more if it retests. I was happy that they got their renewables portfolio offloaded so quickly, and so far no indication that they're selling their wastewater treatment portfolio, which is arguably more valuable than their current utility holdings. Is the monthly GN really at 52.64? It's at like 52.36. Oil did a rip. Some geopolitical tensions flaring up. Bulls, I think, need this above 53.50 for charm. Delta turns positive again at a cross of 50. So I think the question here is if the 50 and 55 long puts take profit on the bounce. If they get shaken out, then that opens up the upside range with little to no resistance. So this will be important. Um, if we were to lose 30, that would be, I think, extremely bearish. Japan PPI tonight, that's probably not going to be very important. GDP might matter a little bit. They've already said they're not going to do anything. Where's GM on ABBV? Uh, 186. Vol is slowly crushing out. Realize Vol is starting to trim down. It's going to be a little difficult for it to fall under 85, which is why we keep finding support there. But if it does slip 85, it can go down pretty quickly. There's just a lot of supportive positioning at 85, which the price keeps snapping back to. It is most of that positioning. A lot of it's this Friday. There's some out in September. A little bit out in Jan. But mostly September and this Friday. I'd say about 50% of the OI there falls off this Friday. So my initial position wasn't that bad. No. Anytime you're selling theta into gamma max like that, I mean, there's always a chance that you just get kind of caught waiting for the bullish interest to sell off or for short vol to take over. So you want to be prepared to roll the position out, but over a great enough period of time, rejection's very likely. Who didn't miss any more great recommendations for things to do in Rochester? Binghamton. It's Binghamton. Only if both survive the inflation prints. That's probably important. Careful, volatility is turning up here. Was the drive worth it? It was scenic. But no, I had other shit that I needed to do. I was not expecting to have to go that far. Quadrupling down on 5330. That's the only way. Speaking of only way, I want to now sell. Hmm. Hmm. Forgot to sell the put there. Oh well. VIX is probably going to be in backwardation for a while, Bob. Maybe into the September expiry, honestly. It might get a little bit better after the August monthly falls off, but probably not a lot better. Be honest, the new data platform is just so you can say, I own a data services company instead of making stuff up. When people ask you what you do for work, why would I ever give up making things up when people ask me what I do for a job? That's my favorite part about what I do for a job. I tell people I'm a stay-at-home dad. Nice. Right in the cusp of breaking the trend, but it looks strong. It could be if it is able to break up above and into the bullish positioning at like 61 to 65. Sold calls closing? Not so much, just infinite puts being sold. Some of the 50, 55 puts have fallen off a little. Not as much as I would like them to. There's still a massive wall of calls at 80. I'm a stay-at-home dad. Oh, how many kids do you have? None. Right? I told a girl I was an au pair once. I milk guinea pigs. Have you looked at J&J lately these days? Any chance of it getting down to 150 again? I think it's been doing pretty well. Back to 150? Maybe. Probably not. It's gonna have like a lot of support still at 155. That's been a strong buy level for years. Milk guinea pigs to make premium small batch guinea pig ice cream. Lots of downside gaps. Yeah. Yeah, there are. But we filled the upside gap, which is what matters. Still hard to break out of this because of the at the money puts. See, this is the problem, is we keep getting to the point where bulls need to lever up more and then they don't. Still don't have any chance of breaking 61 this week. Sure. I mean, it still has a ton of positioning. All the way out to like 65. It's just not breaking through the positive, like the positive gamma to the upside. There's sold calls at 60 that it needs to push through, and it's struggling with that. It's still well supported. It's technically going up day over day, just very slowly. My biggest problem with it is it's not really getting higher highs, it's just getting higher lows, so it's kind of consolidating, but I don't know, I might need to roll it out a couple weeks. I don't particularly like that idea. I restring air guitars. Have you traded through any bull to bear market transitions? Yeah, quite a few of them. Woo, currency bags. Yeah, gold's ripping today. People are getting afraid with CPI, PPI coming up. I think this is also maybe where gold peaks, though, right? If inflation does in fact come in hotter, gold will probably sell off. This is kind of what I bought for, so I'm thinking I may not hold too much of my position into PPI and maybe none of it into CPI. So you're not worried about MMs harvesting premiums on both sides for the next month? That's what I'm doing. It's I hope I'm not worried about it. We're absolutely in a like realized vol crush environment, which is slightly bullish, but not very bullish. I sold the fuck out of the 170 put. I'm struggling with understanding something for some time. I hope you can help. Why does radioactivity show green in games, movies, when Cherenkov radiation is blue in color? That's an excellent question. Hmm. mean, I wonder if it's just because people associate with green because it like evokes like a sense of like toxicity or like a hazard. Or because of like your I mean uranium has like a green glow, right? And Cherenkov radiation is kind of specific. And really only applicable to like reactors, right? I think when most people think of radiation, they're thinking of like uranium glass, which does glow green. Yeah. We have some antibiotics September puts for UAL. Strike vote that ends at the end of August. Historically, they have all passed. Do you have any thoughts? No? I can take a look at it. Relatively cheap here. Uranium glass doesn't glow on its own. Uranium, yeah, I know Cherenkov radiation is blue. Uranium glass just fluoresces under green UV. True. There's radium, although it's not really because of the radium that it glows, right? It's the compounds in the chemical. But that would explain why people have an association with green and radiation versus like Cherenkov radiation, which is blue. I would say like uranium glass and radium paint are probably the two big reasons for that. Yeah, but like, I mean, around the time filmmaking came out, radium was still being used excessively, right? So it would explain why the film industry has chosen green as the color for radiation. Where is the mean reversion? That's all we've done today is mean revert. We keep pushing back up into the bullish positioning and failing. You mean on the longer scale? Like where's the reversion back to gamma or delta neutral? We're probably waiting for CPI, PPI to push that. 5350 rejection, bear. 5330 rejection, super bear. A failure of 30 is super bearish. 50 might reject here. I don't know. They're still showing a fuck ton of 5330 puts. Inverse megaphone. You mean a wedge? Yeah, we were getting a wedge. It's kind of loose, but it's there, I suppose. Pushing dispersion again. You could have possibly seen a wedge coming right before important economic data. I mean, I feel like I said realized vol crush should probably be on the menu for today. That doesn't mean we have to close where we opened, right? I mean, it does probably mean consolidation, but we could still move slightly higher or lower on the day. If anything, the trend on futures is like kind of starting to stabilize a bit here. And turning more into more of like an uptrend than it is like an expanding wedge. Trying to get before OPEX. Yeah, I mean, historically, we see a push for like GN or DN going into the OPEX period when moving into SLD below that level. So like if we look at like the reversal in April, right? Well, that mostly came after the OPEX. Let's see, where was the other like kind of significant correction? Back here, yeah, like these. So like beginning of the month, you know, you're hitting your low post OPEX, right? And you're kind of mean reverting into the OPEX, where you get that GN test and then another leg down, and then you got that in like early September, like end of August, early September. You got that like end of June is, well, that's, or end of July is where it started to break down. But then yeah, reversed in the OPEX, so on. And all of 2022 was like that. Market makers use futures to hedge. There's, I mean, you have a spread, right, between spot and the value of futures, right? So SPX futures.
when the contract opens, right? This is the forward price, not always up, but usually. And then this is the price of spot, right? And as that contract decays, these kind of meet in the middle. So if you bought the futures contract back here, you'd be buying SPX for cheaper than it ended up being here. And they don't have to decay out like that. Like they can, you can have like futures and then spot, right? Maybe roll out your Fubo calls to 2026 at some point. I don't know, maybe. Not today. This already broke down. This is a new wedge. Really no support for that. UTI aiming for 80. Mm-hmm. Are there any important earnings tonight? Oh, who do we got? No, no one cares about any of this. Cisco on Wednesday. Ooh, Dole's this week. UBS. Home Depot's tomorrow morning. A bunch of the retail shit this week. Walmart, Baba. Looks like a wedge. I mean, it is. I can move this. Not very important here. Deer, yeah, deer is on Thursday. Now that AQ and cut their divvy 40%, you think CCs would have better yield, out of the money, or same? It might improve options liquidity a little bit. Might not. Generally speaking, those stocks, like utilities, you're just not going to get very good premiums. If you have a smaller position, then, you know, it's fine. But, hmm. There's like a 3% yield on the $5 put for September, but there's no fucking OI. There's the October $5 put, which is got a little bit better OI. That's like 5%. Time is at 1:45. Keep getting smashed by these fucking puts. I'm gonna sold calls at 54.50 here. Sick of these dumps. When's it gonna pump? See a wedge. I really don't think that's a Head and Shoulders. It's kind of a bearish wedge. A poor SPX call you're holding. It's just a YOLO.
Bulls fucking suck. I dare you to short me. Idiot trade? Not yet. Maybe in a second. Hmm.
What's meta, gamma neutral, and gamma max? 448.83 and 543.17.
Sell these.
Those puts are about to be in trouble. They're not. We could test them, but I don't think they're in trouble. Is Moss free to keep going up? I don't know. Gamma neutral's at 2965. That would be the next stop. Looks like it's going to run into resistance above 2750. 2975 is kind of where things flip. It does pick up some delta around the 2950, 75 level. Gaps, gaps, gaps everywhere. Yep. Probably puts right at the time, at the right time, but when VIX is going down, they start shorting VIX harder. Or wait until VIX is in my favor and increasing before puts. Okay, smart. What do with CSP Go EV calls before earnings? Close, right? No? Well, I'm not closing my CSPs. They benefit from volatility crash anyway, right? What's your cost basis on Go EV CSPs? Good question. Let's see. I think I only have the average price. Looks like they're around like 67 cents. For the September. And the Jan are at $1.21. They don't seem to mind selling the vol at 30 and every strike below that. They're just a little flighty with selling vol at spot. Still PPI tomorrow. The call's being sold. What's going on here? Why aren't bulls able to get this up? There's a put wall of long puts at 50 and 55 that keeps stepping on the price when they pump it up. It also dragged us down off of this pump. So on this pump, they started building up the put wall at 50 and 55. Here, it dragged us down. Here, we ran into it and fell back down. And we have on the other side, down here, a metric fuck ton of sold puts. So sold puts, bought puts, and then up here, sold calls. So these bot puts are protecting the sold calls right now, which is making it hard for the bulls to get a breakout. But the position did trim on this last test, so it's a little bit smaller now. If we push back up into it again, more of it may take profit, and if it does, that leaves the sold calls unprotected to the upside, at which point we could get a larger breakout. As far as the sold puts down here, they just keep increasing. They're not selling them when we're at 50, but they have no problem selling them on the lows. Sounds squeezy if the long puts bail. Yeah, it does. But if they can hold the long puts for long enough, then they don't care. They can close the short calls, right? Because the theta will have decayed out. They will have achieved the profitability that they want on the long calls, and then they can just take profit on the short or on the long puts, or the short calls on the long puts. If you're a big bank, right, and this morning vol spiked on the call side, right? So call premium spiked. So you sell a shitload of calls. And then you crush any attempt at violating those calls by buying long puts. You can just sit in that while realized vol crushes and theta decays. Yep. And that's, yeah, I mean, that's why, you know, on these bounces back, that sold put position is, or that long put position is weakening, right? So really entering bear calls on the idiot trade might benefit from waiting until your end of day to see how these long puts are going to behave. Very much so, yeah. Or the right play is just to sell the call at the sold put and use it as a barrier. Just got a data release a couple of minutes ago. I don't think so. Fed budget? Came in a little worse than expected. Fitch made a statement. We believe credit profiles under Trump to be most affected by trade protectionism, fiscal pressures, and climate policy rollback. Oh, we got the RRP print, 328.64 billion. Also, okay, greedy po' boy. I don't know what any of that means, but enjoy your plunge. Is one of those like a router that you can just jam in the middle of something? Fiduciary 30 is actually a pretty important level to hold for the bulls. It's basically the same sell-off point we saw back on August 2nd, 5th. It's a pretty important level. It was more important previously due to CTAs, but I don't think that matters so much now. Why do bulls suck so much? Calls are cheap. Let's pawn. We'll see. Still gotta get above 50, 55. Otherwise, none of it fucking matters. So, Bulls need to push it. Push it real good. Oops. Sorry about that. So they've trimmed down a little bit of the like 55 put. Not a lot of it. But there's also sold calls at 50 to contend with. Gonna be tough. $5,400 end of day. That's extraordinarily unlikely. There's a very slim chance of seeing something like 53.75, maybe. I think it would be highly unusual for us to move above that. We would have to squeeze off a lot of sold calls, and right now I don't think that the bullish leverage is really strong enough to pull that off. Maybe if we broke 50 and they started selling the 50 put very heavily. But we're not there yet, so it doesn't fucking matter. Alright, give me like 10 minutes. I gotta do something real quick. I'll be right back.
Test it on GME. Just have Atomic delete like the latest month of Gamma Max on GME and refill it. Yeah, yeah, we've figured out a solution.
I
We're,
wasn't wrong, but you're also right.
hey, hot mic, hot mic. I'm getting 1,000,000 SPX by Billionaire Country Club thing saying hot mic. Like literally 20 people just messaged me.
Well, it doesn't matter. They can do shit.
Alright.
Hold on, hold on,
Alright,
hold on.
well,
My balls are so huge. If only chat could see how big my balls are. Yeah, they can't hear us. I don't think
chat,
so.
how big are my balls? Oh god.
The last 30 minutes measuring JFresh's yaw.
I'm back. Sorry, just had to getting all our ducks in an order. And, wanted to make sure that I didn't miss the discussion. Looking very berry. You're being hyperbolic. Oh. Alright. Hyperbole is the best word in the English language. It's one of my favorites. I'm not gonna lie. Ooh, fuck, AQN had a nice bounce after I bought a bunch of it. Nice. Somehow green on my whole position now. Pronounced hyperbole? No, it's pronounced hyperbole. Who the fuck? What? I just wanted to contribute. Thanks. Did I buy one and more of these yet? I wonder if we'll just never go up. That'd be sad. Interesting. Okay. Some short puts building at spot finally. So bulls are getting a little bit more confident here. We're not positive on gamma or delta yet, though, for the 0 GTEs. I think we're still a bit negative. Yeah. Gotta get back above. Is that fucking 52? What fucking number is that? 48. 48. I feel like this isn't going to work out. It's almost the bull's time of day. It's pronounced hyperbola, like guacamole. This trading looks sucky today. It's actually been pretty awesome. Well, okay, I'm biased because of the straddle, but I liked it. Elon interview with Trump bullish? Not according to Fitch. Data beta is so cool. I don't know if I told you guys this, but the data beta is really fast. It's so fast. How fast? Nuke. After over half a decade of using every data service on the planet, I can say that it is distinctly faster than all of them. Like sub 1 second? Yes. Yeah. Like millisecond fast. I wonder who made that happen. It's almost like someone built it well. Optimized and ready to scale. Not enough Scrum Masters. We're severely lacking in the Scrum department. Will it still be that fast if there are thousands of people using the platform at once? Yeah. That's the point. Say more. I'm juicing. Nice. Done. I mean, we just have like a scrum dumpster that we throw all the excess scrum in. And then like when that fills up, the scrum truck comes and picks it up. Do people still not understand cloud infrastructure? No. But you can explain it to me. I said fast, not trash. If you guys have a scrum, like a scrum coordinator at work, you should email him and tell him to scrum all over you. Like a scrum daddy, exactly. Data listed locally for him. If I'm going to explain cloud infrastructure, someone's paying my hourly rate. You know what I've realized about developers? Just all of them in general. All computer engineers. You guys really have an overinflated sense of self. Why do computer engineers always resort to talking about their hourly rates? Not you, Nick. You're special. No one's paying my hourly rate. My hourly rate is $0 an hour. The only people I've ever run into who talk about their hourly rate as much as developers are lawyers. And that's because they can see the hope drain from your eyes every time they say it. I don't really hang out with a lot of ladies of the night. What's your hourly, Gherk? I haven't billed an hourly rate in like 10 years, but it was $2,500 an hour. The last time I billed an hourly rate for something. And that was like portfolio construction. That's not what I got paid. That's just what they charged on my behalf. Does all the scrum come from the scrotums? No. No, it doesn't. It comes from the scrumble. That's what I charge for hourly one-on-one scaping tutelage. When I worked for TCS, I was getting 70 an hour while my company was getting like 1,500. Ouch. I got more than 70 off of them billing 2,500, but I did not get 2,500. I got like 75% of the billable. I was a useful engineer breaking up DuPont, Dow, Chemours. Did I miss an idiot trade? Yeah. I want to ghost the free money that can never go wrong. It's got 3 data points. It can go very wrong. My firm charges $400 for an hour of my time. I feel like if it was me billing someone, I could barely get away with $60 an hour. Like, I don't do much, but it's honest work. As long as you're a partner, Cobra, or junior partner, then winning, right? Because then you're just getting a cut of everyone's 400 an hour. I remember like 2 years ago, I talked with a security lawyer. Like I did a conference call with him. And he billed me $4,700 for it wasn't even an hour. It was like 54 minutes. FA is charging for plans are the worst. 4 to 10K for literally, I put this data into software and it generated some graphics. I was doing like wealth management for a couple of our clients at the time. And it was just building their portfolios, but it was an involved process. We did have some software. Most of it was useless, though. Was it worth it? Not at all. No. He really didn't know anything about FINRA regulations. The first piece of advice should have been don't spend $2,500 an hour on this. I mean, these were people with like hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, so it wasn't it wasn't a lot of money for them. And we had to do a good job because we got commissions on profits. So it was a bit more involved than like your standard FA work. Did you read a Google review of him saying he didn't understand FINRA regulations? No, but I should. I wonder if he has a Google page. Like, the firm has a page. I feel like if I call him out directly, though, then I'm going to have to go to court. You should have hit up their daughter or son or whatever you're into. Join the family. Have I not been clear on that? I remember when everyone in here thought I was gay. That was interesting. Is that still going on? I'm not gay. Or bi. I don't like dicks. They're gross looking. Hundreds of millions can make people more fluid, you know? Gay for profits. Are profits distinctly... Huh. You rism with the tism? No guy gets a perm that doesn't swing both ways. False? That perm was luxurious. How tall was the college chick? Oh, she was short. She was like 5'1". All I know about you, about if you are not gay, is your name is not listed as the members of Regards Kiki's thread. It's my Discord. My name's listed in all the channels. Chances we tickle 53-55. Eh. I think it was because, like, me and Dork would talk about butt stuff and, you know, sexual liaisons with one another. But that's not gay. Yeah. I mean, if you're bros and you just look at them and you're like, hey, no homo, boom, not gay. Look at all these guys pretending they don't follow Regards Kiki's thread. Maybe they didn't know. I just got here and the AI summary said you're gay. So that's why my boyfriend says that. We're gonna get fucking stuck here all day, aren't we? Alright, bulls, here we go. They need to do something. They're not doing anything. That's the problem. Check DMs for AI. We were just discussing whether being gay correlates with investment success or not. Some reviewers are questioning if Pi-Fi, a market analyst, is gay. Gen Librarian finds it funny that many viewers are pretending they have never heard of Regards Kiki's thread. So specific. At least, you know, at least it's doing the advertising for us, right? Who walks past that description of a stream and doesn't join in? No, I'm not gay. If I was gay, I'd be the first one to tell you I was gay. I would not do well closeted at all. I'm so embarrassed. I told all of my friends I get daily financial education from a gay YouTuber. Am I gay? I don't know. Who cares? You gonna average that call down? No. Listen, they're either gonna short VIX back to 19 and this thing's gonna rocket, or they're not. Did the AI call you a market analyst? It did, yeah. I glossed over that deep insult and moved on. It is AI. It's not smart. If you change your mind, the pickle jar is here to support you no matter what you do. You do you, man. Thanks, Godfrey. I appreciate it. What a boring day. It was fun earlier. Now it's really boring. Well, there's a bit of risk off, right? People are getting spooked out of their bill buying and piling back into money markets. An overnight repo. It was really fun to have puts on the drop, but it peaked then. It was a good drop. It was like a fucking solid 40 bucks, right? It's not bad. Puts are still overpriced. But so's everything. Bulls are just loading up. Give them time. No, they're not. They're not loading up. If they were loading up, I'd be averaging down this shitty call. Yeah, bears aren't loading up either. It's not. There's no loading going on right now. I'm gonna get a snack. Is the nut mix recipe in the data beta? No. Everyone's just selling anything the market maker will give them money for. I missed the idiot trade. It's not over yet. How's it doing? Ooh, 61% gain. Maybe I just close it. This one? What type of swag bag will you ship people who sign up for your new platform? None.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Hmm. Have you made some pens with the platform name on it to hand out to people on the street? No. Should I? Like ballpoint pens? For Pigeonwell, you should offer to pay the year up front, but instead of cheaper, it's $100 more just to flex harder. Oh shit. So like you pay a premium to lock in the year? That's the smartest thing anyone's ever said on this stream. You're a genius. What's up, Lobby? Pigeon whale quills. gonna pump out of this? Not necessarily. Any PPI expectation? Not really. The important part of this print is going to be pass-through efficiency. It's usually kind of useless to try to predict PPI. Well, if corporations are doing a good job passing forward costs onto the consumer, then PPI should be a bit lower, right? If they're not, a bit higher. Shipping costs are up, so that could drive things a little bit. Oil prices have been moderate. Yeah, we'll see. You know, industrial production and stuff's been so all over the place, it's really hard to tell. Producers can't pass costs to the consumer if the consumer's broke as fuck. No, they can't. Which is an issue, especially for margin expansion, which is currently priced into everything. Where's everyone who's crying for rate cuts last week? They realized that cutting rates is bad. Now they have to rethink their priorities. I have multiple clients that are all printing in the red and saying they already feel the recession. Yeah, small businesses. They're the bread and butter of the American economy, and everyone ignores them. Why is high inflation bullish instead of bearish? Stronger dollar benefits multinationals and increases margin leverage. It's almost like we shouldn't subject people to a class-based economy. Well, I mostly agree with that. I think the vast majority of people don't consider that to participate in our economy, you need to have a business. It's not a caste system. No, it's not. Everyone has the ability to start a business. Everyone should start a business. You benefit more from government subsidies. You get free money. People just don't do it. I think actually COVID incentivized a lot of entrepreneurship. Was that entrepreneurship based on over leveraging into Airbnbs? Yeah, I didn't say all of those businesses are going to be successful. But that's how you learn. There's no success as great as abject failure. OnlyFans participation? Business. Yeah, I mean, people finally got capital, but they could have always done that, right? There's been SBA loans forever. Options trading, believe it or not, business. Hold on. Options selling, business. Options trading, gambling. Don't be quoting smart guys. That was my own quote. It probably aligns with 1,000 other quotes that are the same, but... Well, Evans, you bought part of a business. You just bought a shitty business. That's how you participate in our economy, though. Make something, do something, sell a service. All of it's better than working for someone else. Outside of people with, you know, strong professional degrees, you should just have a business. You do none of those things, I'm a blight on society. Until now. Now I have a business too. And I kind of have a business. I just steal money from people that are more degenerate than I am. You're an influencer, Poopy Pants. I was going to say, fuck owning an accounting firm. I don't want that liability. Also, if someone pays me to watch this stream... Yeah, but they only pay you $60 on every 400 they make off of you. Shill Inc. PBI's in the pre-market. Wait, you're stealing from us? Are you more bullish than I am, or bearish, or... Just answer me this. Do you have any 5400s for Friday? I can neither confirm nor deny that. Okay. Don't answer that question. Why would I waste money on all that theta? I have 5400s for tomorrow. Okay. As long as you don't have 5395s for today. What? I already made the idiot trade. I just haven't made the other half of it. Can we still chat today, or are we stable? I mean, we could. It'd be weird, but we could. I need to order something to eat. You guys ever open DoorDash and the try something new section is just restaurants you already eat at? It's annoying. Acapulco's. The fuck is that? Oh, it's in Times Square. That must be terrible. Ugh. No, because I don't give DoorDash a dime of my money. What's your time worth? It's it's a question of efficiency. If you're not doing anything else, then yeah, sure. But if you're busy or have work to do, why would you waste your time getting your own food? I had to cut back on Uber Eats. I was becoming obese. I'm already there. Fortunately, I found out that the only people in the world that care are other fat people on the internet. Well, the best part about New York City is walking down the block to get food. I've got shit to do, Bob. Like a lot of shit to do. Very busy day. What happened to your rowing machine? It's right there. It's because I own it doesn't mean I use it. I did go for a walk on my treadmill this morning. Because I was on the phone with a lawyer and I was bored anyway. I care that you'll get in shape again. I mean, I'm not dying. Like, I got a physical. The doctor was like, you could lose a few pounds. I was like, probably. But there was no other health concerns. Girls don't seem to care. Other guys do, which is weird. What are the CTA levels for oil? Not sure. I'd have to check them for this week. I think we could get a hyper bull or hyper bear into close today. Given all the short vol outside of spot, it's kind of unlikely. But I guess it's not impossible. We could get a move. I don't think we get a move down. But maybe we could get a move up. Eh. They both kind of suck. If we do move up, I don't think it's going to be a lot, though. Like, we might move back to, like, 50 or 55, but... just kind of where the MM wants it. Did Siri have news? No, but I do think they're getting closer to their, Ooh, it's under $3 again. That's technically a good price. You doing any fun 15-minute expiries today? Probably not. We're getting some more sold puts at 53.40. So there might be a push up. But there's a massive wall of calls at 50, so it's going to be hard to break above that. I feel like NQ is going to rip if it gets through VWAP. Ooh, that looks good. Maybe I'll just get a fucking rotisserie chicken from the Puerto Rican place. What do you see for Netflix? If it gets back above 35, I'll enter it again. At this price, it's a bit risky. Like, it's just sitting on support. And a failure would be pretty ugly. Thoughts on Riley? It's getting hammered, right? Jesus. I mean, it looks like they're still fucked over the FRG situation. They got subpoenaed by regulators today. Or, well, disclosed that they were subpoenaed by regulators today. Jesus. Net loss of 475 million. 14 to $15 a share. That's what you get when you use a loan from Nomura to buy out your buddy's company. Hmm. It's too hot for ramen today, right? Hmm. Hmm. I'm officially tired of this price action or lack thereof. It's it's not very inspiring. Maybe we get some vol in the last 30 minutes. I don't really see any big positional changes though. Still looks like all the price actions just getting squeezed into 54.45. Ooh, I could get Greek food? Turkish food? Hmm. Tide Pods just don't taste as good as they used to. Did they change the formula? What does this wedge mean for tomorrow? More or less volatility in the AM. I'm sure we're gonna get plenty of volatility. Well, actually, maybe not, but we should, right? The PPI print should move things 54 or 53, right? Mm. Can you talk a bit about the bull case for Siri under $3? I think under $3 with the conversion, there's arbitrage there. I'm just not sure how much, and I don't want to do the math on it. You could figure it out though. That looks fucking gross. Slovakia? Ew. To be fair, I can't figure that out. Not worried about having sold 5,400 Fridays. Friday out with the inflation prints. I have a hedge. It's called a calendar spread. It's super cool because you can sell the near term spike in IV while being hedged against the upside or downside move. What the? Oh my god, the Greeks have Pfeffernuss? No. It is Pfeffernuss. Uh-oh, that's the wrong direction. Hmm. No. Cool. All right, I'm good. Bulls lost control for a second there, yeah. Let's say you end of day. I don't know, like 40 or 45, maybe. Mm. 5330 close? No, I feel like if that were gonna happen, we would close below 30. They're just gonna sell more puts here and push us up. Ooh, should I sell more puts? Nah. MQ still looks weak, but it's got support at 18.6. Microsoft's been having a terrible day. Apple's fine. Nvidia's flat as fuck. VIX to 21, event vol. Or hear me out, they get blown the fuck up. It's a lot of money. I mean, it's not that it can't happen. It's just really unlikely. Banks have a lot of people's money to spend. Yeah. I remember once, not that long ago, Jay Fresh asked me, where are they going to get the money? And I said, they have all the money. It's on deposit. It's on deposit for actually reserved and leveraged 10x. It's just 7x. Well, it's slightly less than 7x today. 6.999x. Are they using the money in my savings account against me? Because I'll pull it all out right now. What? The banks love you. They're your friend. Also, you're not going to trick me into promoting a bank run. Nice try, Cobra. All right, Bears, 0 DT puts, go. Were you trying to have them pump the premiums so that bulls can sell more puts? Maybe a bank walk? A leisurely bank stroll? No one likes running. Why does your tones sound all sus when you talk about banks? What? I don't know what you mean. What kind of sus? Banks are cool. They have all our money sitting in a vault. They totally have all of it, right? They would never go and do things with our money. Dangerous, dangerous things without our permission, right? In order to keep being banks, they would be honest with their customers and they'd be like, we're having a bit of trouble and some of your deposits might be at risk, right? And then we would be like, oh, okay. Maybe I won't deposit more than the FDIC allowed limit in my bank account, or I will split it between multiple accounts. Yeah, it's fiduciary duty, which is honored and upheld like the Hippocratic Oath. Yeah, and Jamie Dimon said the carry trade's unwound. It's all good. Jamie Dimon's Greek. I wonder if he wants to split this euro with me. I never knew you were so funny, Pickle Man. Oh. You must just have like extra serotonin today or something. It's overwhelming your autism. Look at this rich feller here with more than the FDIC insured amount to deposit. Extra cortisol. Your bull put spread did all right. Well, the day's not over. It might still get fucked. Do you share opposite sides of the euro with Diamond? Yeah. And then we paint each other with Tira Kefteri. And then you stand on opposite sides of the room and throw pitas at each other and see what sticks. When you're 85 Prince, are you going to ban anyone? That's not going to happen, right? That'd be crazy. Do people with over 500k worry about the SIPC limit? FDIC? Or are you talking about in trading accounts? You absolutely should. Each account is only insured for X amount of dollars. I'm not proud, but I've slurped tzatziki out of a belly button before. You should be proud of that. They did it. I told you what would happen. That wasn't tzatziki. You know, if I die tomorrow, at least I've taught 500 people how to pronounce tzatziki. Cucumber sauce. No. It's cucumber yogurt. Sa-si-ki. That's not Persian. No. Tsetse fly? Suzuki? Not if you make it with sour cream. Did you just hiss? I did. Yeah. Tziki. I make tzatziki for a living. How's that pay? They charge like $12 a container for it at this place. It costs like $1 to make. That's $11 of profit. Oh shit. No, fuck your puts. I sold those to you. We need to bounce. We should start a tzatziki ghost kitchen. It's a good idea. I'm gonna open it up next to the daycare. Children like yogurt, right? Especially savory yogurts. Pickleman's ignoring me because I'm not green. Yep. That's correct, Surface Smurf. It has nothing to do with my long-standing dislike of you. Or because I didn't see your comment. It's because you're not paying me. Open a business called Savory Yogurts and see how that goes. I own a Greek restaurant. Is it good? You know. Tell me the truth. It's a simple cuisine, but there are massive differences. Slovakia. I'm going back to being the Snackle Crack name, so you don't recognize me. I know we bounced. I sold NW more puts. I'm just kidding. Unless you bought the 5330, in which case I sold you more puts. It is good? Oh, okay. I sold him one also. Wouldn't QQQ 451 in the money though? They only sell the 5330p for today, or further in the week. Well, they definitely sold them for today. A lot of them. My wife, who makes a living tickling butterflies, wants you to pronounce harakiri? Harakiri? Yeah, that's right. Harakiri. Nailed it? Nice. Harry Carey. That's incorrect. That's just someone who's hairy and named Carrie. Harakiri is ritual suicide by disembowelment. I thought that was seppuku. That's a synonym. You know, other languages have synonyms too. I love synonym rules. The amount of ads on your channel is ridiculous. I don't know why only specific people seem to have this problem. Ding ding. Hey, wait, look, we closed at 53.45 where I said we would. Almost got scared out of the idiot trade there. Whew. Thank God I didn't have to use my brain. Boop. Probably should have sold those 50 calls earlier when I was like, I should sell these 50 calls. Oh well. Boop. As you can see, leverage on the carry trade dropped a little bit today alongside the decline in the dollar. However, dollar up against the yen quite a bit. Yields in the front end of the curve dropped off a little faster than the back. And we failed to break to the upside of our rising wedge. We did a little bit at market open and then contracted back below. This is very close to a failure of the wedge, which would occur on a drop below 53.20. Should the wedge fail, we could retest the downside at 52.25 or 51.70, which I know is quite far out of the money, but still very much possible. And we'll see how that goes here as well. And futures overnight, which you know, are right where we opened. Commodities moving up a little bit today. We saw some moves in precious metals, some strong ones. I do think gold will be peaking around here. So I did take some profit on gold today. I might take some more profit tomorrow, but I think if inflation comes in hotter anywhere and we get a rise in the dollar, we're going to see a bit of a sell-off or more profit taking in gold. And I'd be looking back at like 2350 to 2400 for support after that sell-off. Oil up today 3.6% or 360 points, which is quite a big move. So commodities kind of benefiting broadly. Wheat up as well. Dollar pretty flat on the day. It actually didn't go up or down much despite the drop in yields at the top end of the curve. It did remain pretty stable. Correlation turned around for most of the early part of the day and then kind of snapped back down into close. This is on the 1 minute. It's probably a little better looking on the 15. However, we did close with correlation, you know, higher than we were at in the middle of the day on that one upside pump that we got. Forward yield on volatility now at 6.26% and above the risk-free rate, and the yield curve is starting to uninvert again a little bit. Bond volatility, really not relevant. A little bit of tail risk hedging picked up on Friday. 45.92% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average, and correlation between VIX and cash VIX a little higher than close last week, but not much. VIX actually did move up today, as did the VIX 3-month. However, VX futures are still down. Pricing in about 0.86 rate cuts by January. I told you guys yesterday, this is very bearish. Up here, bear, bull, kind of in the middle. Oil got spanked at 80. Yeah, but that's just a major test, right? We can definitely just go right back over that again. Sectors, health technology underperformed pretty badly. Technology services didn't do very well. Consumer non-durables, consumer durables, transportation, and industrial services all kind of hit. Finance broadly not doing very well. And in the NASDAQ 100, tech services really taking the biggest beating, but health technology, consumer services, and consumer non-durables and utilities also getting hit a little bit. We discussed AQN earlier. AQN had a nice little bounce actually from its low today, which it retraced some of into close. It sold off a little bit, but not bad. Not bad at all. Anyway, I think that's about it for tonight. GME is doing something interesting. Upstart's probably falling. Fubo looks boring as fuck. Top looks bullish. Maybe Beyond does too. Lewis could have some interesting interactions over the next couple of weeks. Alright, anyway, thank you guys so much. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. I hope everybody has a lovely night. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a